Chris. Okay, good morning, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. this morning. In the true spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge all those who call this land home now and for thousands of years in the past. May we respect each other and find understanding together and recognize the benefits that this land provides to all of us. We have a couple of introductions right off the get-go, so maybe I'll turn to you, Cole, if you'd like to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of our key priorities has been our commitment to building organizational sustainability to ensure service continuity. And so through a variety of transitions, promotions, retirements, we've got some new faces at the county. And I'd like to introduce Ryan Thompson, our Director of Operations, started with the county about 4 weeks ago. Ryan's got an extensive background leading operations in both the public and private sector, so we're thrilled to have him on the team, as well as Kurt Krzan, who is our controller or manager of finance and administration, has joined us, and he has a CPA. Oh. No worries.
Nobody wants to hear that, Candace.
Kurt worked for KPMG, led municipal audits, and both are exceptional additions to the team. So yeah, we welcome them to the county, and I'll let Hillary introduce Jessica as well.
And good morning, Council. I'm pleased to introduce Jessica Potak. She's our new coordinator of planning and development. So she's taking over from Nathan Hill, who left us in July to go to the town of Olds. Jessica comes to us from a safety codes background, so she's going to bring a wealth of knowledge about kind of that side of things, but she's been able to pick things up very quickly on the development side, and she started the same time as Ryan did on August 12th, so she's been here for 3.5 weeks, and it's been going very well. So, Jessica.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Ryan, Kurt, Jessica. Welcome to Lethbridge County, and look forward to working with all of you. Thank you. We have 2 time commitments today in our agenda. We have a 9:30 delegation with SouthGrow, and we have a 10 a.m. public hearing. 3, I should have said. And then at 1 o'clock in our closed session, we have a delegation as well. Councillor Kurbis will be joining us this morning. He was hoping to be here by 9:30. And I think that's all I have as far as updates. So with that, why don't we move down to the adoption of the agenda. Before you have an agenda, proposed agenda. Any additions, deletions, any amendments to the agenda as presented? Claus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Claus. Claus is moved for the adoption of the agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. You have before you the County Council meeting minutes of August 1st, 2024. Are there any errors, omissions, any issues arising from those minutes? Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the adoption of the council meeting minutes of August 1st, 2024.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved for the adoption of the County Council meeting minutes August 1st, 2024. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. And just so Mark is having some back challenges, some back issues. So if you see Councillor Sayers standing today, it's not that he's irate and mad at us. It's just that he's
Just an outstanding councillor.
Just really stand out, Mark. So like I said, we do have those 3 time commitments today, so why don't we get started with our subdivision applications to start. We'll start at item D1, subdivision application 2024-0-111. Good morning, Hillary. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Council. We have for you today 1 subdivision application for your consideration as the Subdivision Authority. This application is a realignment of 2 titles. The application is to reduce the acreage that's currently within the southwest portion of the Northwest 281022 west of the 4th. And it currently is a 4.67 acre title, to reduce it down to 2.67 acres in size, and consolidating that 2 acres back into the larger title increasing it to 52.81 acres in size. As you can see from the aerial image, this is where the Lethbridge corn maze is, and they're looking to just, realign and probably, it looks like there's some encroachment issues and probably just some that they wanted to clean up now versus later. With that, it does meet all of the county's subdivision criteria, but I will pass it off to Steve for the planning comments and the recommendation.
Good morning, everyone. We just have the one subdivision application for you today. As mentioned, this is a property line adjustment, a reconfiguration, a boundary subdivision that you're dealing with. You're not creating any new standalone titles or anything like that. We're dealing with 2 adjacent titles and doing a property line adjustment, which is largely the east property line of the smaller acreage parcel, largely to deal with some encroachment issues that are present on the property. So the 2 adjacent landowners made an agreement to undertake the land swap and clean up the titles there to rectify the encroachment issues between them. So this application largely involves of moving that east boundary of the small acreage about 300 feet to the west of its current location. The smaller lot contains a dwelling and some other improvements, including, as you can see in the photo there, there's a dugout and a portion of some corral fencing. So that will be added over to the east to the corn maze property title. That is part of their operations there. And the property line will fall approximately just to the west of the dugout, and the place it's being located at will allow for the land use bylaws 6.1 meter setback for the barn that's there. So that'll be in compliance. With that smaller acreage there in the southwest corner, with this property line adjustment, its septic field and system will still be within the confines of the property, so it won't encroach over the new line or anything like that. The one thing with this application is there are several grain bins there on the property line down at the southeast. Where the property line's going, there will be one grain bin that will have an encroachment there. So that'll just have to be dealt with as part of the finalization of this, that they propose to relocate or remove that, but that'll be dealt with as a condition on the approval that's done prior to any finalization. So with this application and the circulation, there was no concerns or objections received on it. Since I originally made out the package, sent out the package to the county here, we have since heard from all the utility agencies, and none of them require easement. There's no conflict with the new property line in that regard. So as mentioned, it does conform and comply with the subdivision policies and the county's bylaws for a realignment, property line adjustment, with the consolidation occurring. So on that basis, I have recommended an approval to you, and that would be with the conditions outlined there in the draft resolution, including the standard that the taxes are paid up to date, a development agreement entered to, if needed, likely in this case nothing will be required. The important condition number 3, that the portions of land involved here are consolidated and reconfigured through a plan of survey from an Alberta land surveyor, so there's no resulting standalone title. And the 5th condition is the other important one, that the applicant must either remove or relocate the existing grain bin at the very southwest corner. That will encroach 2.47 meters over the new property line, so there are no physical encroachments over the newly adjusted property line. And that may be done through the removal or relocation, or alternatively, if the 2 parties enter into an encroachment agreement between them, and provide that to be registered on title is a method to deal with it as well. So that condition 5 allows for both those options. So on that basis, and with the parcel sizes being in compliance and the criteria being met, I recommend approval to you on those conditions.
Thank you, Steve. I'd open up to council for any questions or any discussion you might have. Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move that subdivision application 2024-0-111 be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved the recommendation that subdivision application 2024-0111 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
Hillary, are you all right if we go down to G11 next?
Yep, you bet.
Thank you. So then we can move down to Development and Infrastructure, G11, Bylaw 24-015, redesignate a portion of the Southwest 110-22 west of the 4 from rural agriculture to rural recreation, first reading. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So the Lethbridge County has received an application to rezone that portion of Southwest 1022 west of the 4th that is to the southeast of Highway 25 from, which is currently zoned rural agriculture, to, they wish to rezone it to rural recreation. The objectives of the rezoning is they wish to set up a equestrian facility, a large equestrian facility within the county, and then also have rodeo grounds on this particular site. Both of those uses are best suited in the rural recreation district in terms of kind of their commercial scale that they're anticipating them being at. This application has been sent to all of the all of the county departments, the town of Picture Butte, not town of Picture Butte, the Alberta Transportation, CP Rail, and Alberta Health, just for their comments, but we haven't received any concerns as of yet. Any of the comments that we do receive, I will bring forward at the time of the public hearing. We do anticipate that the public hearing will be held that first meeting in October, just given the timing of our notices that are required. So with that, I have recommended that first reading of Bylaw 24-015 be read a first time.
Thank you, Hillary. I would open it up to council for any questions or discussion. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is that between the road you take to Park Lake and
Diamond City.
Diamond City?
That's correct. Here, I'll scroll up just a little bit so you can get the larger context of where it is. So Diamond City is the area with all the colors on it, and then Park Lake Road is to the southwest, where that red line, where the red line is on the road. So it's kind of a bit closer to Diamond City.
Yeah.
I will just let council know that I did, the notification area I did for this is quite a bit larger, just because obviously in a facility like this will have some, I wouldn't say a lot of noise, but there could be some noise and mostly traffic impacts, so I wanted to let a broader area know. So I have let quite a large area know about this particular application, but I haven't heard anything from that yet.
Thank you, Hillary. Any other questions? Klaus, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The approach towards that comes in right in the corner of the 25 there. And I assume, was that going to be changed there yet?
The applicant did submit, they were looking at some other options prior to looking at this rezoning, and they did they did do a TIA, a traffic impact assessment, to look at changing the alignment of that approach so that it was more centered on the parcel. I'm not entirely sure where they left. I think Alberta Transportation was fine with that particular alignment, but I'm not sure where they were at with regards to CP Rail, because they'd obviously have to cross the rail tracks to accomplish that. So at this point in time, I do believe, kind of in its early stages, they would leave the approach, but I do believe they would want to have it better aligned in the future with the development, just to facilitate clear sight lines.
Any other questions? Have an appetite for first reading? Klaus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll move that bylaw 24-015 be read for the first time.
Thank you, Klaus. Klaus has moved the recommendation that bylaw 24-015 be read for a first time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Hillary.
you. Yep.
Hillary, we've got about 12 minutes before we start our before our delegation, do you want to continue, or?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, then we could move then to the Planning and Development Department second quarter report for 2024, G1.2. Whenever you like, Hillary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do apologize, this is a little later than I would usually have it, but just was with the transitions with staff, I didn't get everything lined up in time to get this on the August agenda. So with regards to what's happened in the second quarter for the Planning and Development Department, which would be to the end of June, we did a number of, there was a number of projects that were completed or started. We finalized the updates to the land use bylaw, being bylaw 24-007. That was approved. Those revisions were approved by County Council on the May 16th council meeting. We also in May got our municipal intern, whom you have met, Hannah. She is, we've been working on kind of getting her on board with regards to the work plan that the internship program has, and also getting her into some projects with the county. So that's been going on very well. In April, at the end of April, beginning of May, I also attended the Community Planning Association of Alberta annual conference. I was the chair of the board at that point in time, but I have since my term is up, so I'm no longer on the board. It was a very good experience. I was there for 6 years. I will continue to go to that conference, and I do enjoy that particular conference and attending that with the council members who are able to come. With regards to the Development Authority, we had 113 development permit applications that were received. This is a decrease from the previous year where we had 136. We've kind of seen a little bit of stabilization in the permits, not necessarily like a full halt to permitting, but just it has slowed down a little bit this year. Of the 106 permits that were issued, 3 were refused, 1 was withdrawn, and 9 applications were still under review. The applications included 39 residential, 28 accessory buildings, so like your shops, sheds, garages, solar arrays. We've had a lot of ground-mounted solar arrays coming in this year. It seems to be, I'm not sure what the draw is there, but there's been a lot of ground-mounted solar being put in the county, both on acreages and on irrigation, for irrigation works. We also had 14 commercial industrial applications, 5 home occupations, and 14 agricultural buildings, including so your hay sheds, farm shops, 2 signs, 2 public institutional, and 1 miscellaneous. 20 compliance letters were issued, and 8 land use bylaw complaints were received and investigated. On the building permit side, our contract with Park Enterprises, there were 117 building permits issued, 181 electrical permits, 86 gas, 67 plumbing, and 7 private septic. With regards to subdivisions, we did see a bit of a decline in the number of subdivisions that have come this year to council, but from what I understand from Steve, there's a bunch coming now in the fall, so stay tuned. We did have 5 till the end of June so far this year. We had 1 appeal to a development permit application that was refused. That particular appeal, the appeal board decided to approve the development permit, but they turned it into a temporary permit so that the applicant had time to, it was for a business, so that they had an opportunity to relocate their business in giving them a little bit of extra time there. So they did overturn the decision of the Development Authority, but kind of in a way that was both in working with the applicant and with the county. We did have a number of road closures that were finalized this year. As you can see on the list there's 5 of them. Most of those obviously were from the previous years. Alberta Transportation had a bit of a backlog in approving road closures for whatever reason. So that's why you saw a number of them coming up in the last few months, all of which County Council has approved. We had 4 rezoning applications, and 2 area structure plans. And then also for the bylaws, obviously we had the land use bylaw, which was the biggest project that we worked on for the last year. For intermunicipal relations and external agencies, there was 15 intermunicipal referrals that we referred to and commented on. Nothing particularly of note in any of those referrals. 10 NRCB, Natural Resources Conservation Board referrals were reviewed and provided comments on. Also nothing particularly notable, some expansions, most of them were expansions, some of them were like relocating lagoons, so very kind of innocuous type of applications. I think the biggest change that we saw for an expansion was when application went from 25,000 head to 37,500 head in the north part of the county. And then on April, the only intermunicipal committee meeting that we had this year was the April 2nd County and Town of Nobleford Intermunicipal Committee met to discuss their annexation proposal and compensation. So with that, quite a few things going on, but generally a fairly steady pace for the Planning and Development Department. For the financials, the county has received, just from Park Enterprises, I don't provide the other details until the end of the year for the financials, and Jen does that anyhow for me. But for our contract with Park Enterprises, we have received just over $121,000 in revenue from safety codes permits, which is down from last year, which was at $253,000. And obviously last year was due to the McCain's project, so that's why there's kind of that substantial difference between the revenues between last year and this year. But all in all, we're doing very well in terms of keeping in line with the budget process, which I'm sure Jen will go through later today. That is everything I have for today, Mr. Chairman.
Awesome, thanks, Hillary. I would open up to council if you have any questions for Hillary. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Hillary, if you had 117 building permits, how come we only have like 7 septic permits? It kind of doesn't seem to be in line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Hickey. With regards to the building permits, so building permits include such things as additions or changes in use also. So a lot of them aren't new houses being built. And there typically is a fairly significant delay from when a person applies for their new house for a building permit to when they'll get their septic, because that's usually one of the last things that they'll apply for. So it is quite staggered in terms of that. But the building permits is, and in some places where in a hamlet you don't need private septic, or in an industrial, like in in Broxburn Business Park, where you don't need a septic system. So you'll see that those differences there. So that's why you don't necessarily see a lot of septic, but they all do get them eventually, but there is usually up to 2 years for that to happen between the house being approved and then the septic going in.
Any other questions for Hillary? Hillary, I just had one. You led off with finalize the updates to the land use bylaw. Overall, in your eyes, any comments as to how that's been received to this point? Has there been any challenges, any, I guess, concerns raised after the fact that we've gone through that process?
There was one concern that came up with regards to the irrigation districts. They did have a concern with the reduced setback to the main canals, or what they call the main canals. So Devin and I met with SMRD and LNID last week, Monday, to kind of review what their concerns were, why they had concerns, and where we could kind of come to kind of an agreement on how to move forward. And so we proposed some, referral policies to them where we could make sure that they're still engaged in terms of any developments that do happen along the canals. And I think that was pretty well received. They were going to take it back to their boards just to have that discussion, and then they said they would submit something in writing if they had any other things that they would like to have addressed. We told them if they did feel like, if they felt that there should be something else, that they could come forward with a proposal to administration and then also to county council on that. But I think we left that off on a pretty good note with regards to where we could still meet their needs and our needs in terms of the land use bylaw.
Awesome.
But that's the only thing that's really come up, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead, Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, regarding to that, what did the districts, the irrigation districts, what was their thoughts on being too close? Like what they mean with that?
Thank you, Councillors Easter, through the chair. What their main concern was, I guess, with regards to, we had a 100-foot setback, and we kind of took that out and said, we'll just maintain the minimum setback, but, you know, it's a minimum. It's not necessarily a maximum. They had a concern that people would start building too close and that it would affect the maintenance of the canals, or if there was a leak that they had to repair, that they wouldn't have the ability to properly maintain the canal at that point in time. I think we kind of, you know, on both sides, with the county side, when we discussed this with council, when we did the land use bylaw, it was, you know, the irrigation districts have to own their infrastructure and be able to work with landowners too. It shouldn't be necessarily a restriction on the landowners solely that they have that, and that the irrigation districts felt they had a veto for any development. So I think it was just kind of bringing everything back in line, also looking at what other municipalities had. There was no other municipality had such a restriction with regards to a setback to a canal, so that's kind of where we ended off on council's end. But they just felt like it was kind of swinging the pendulum too far in one direction or the other. But like I said, I think we came to an agreement just with regards to the referral of applications that were in proximity to a canal, so that they had the opportunity to provide some comments, because everything is kind of, I would say, it's not one size fits all in terms of a setback. It needs to be like weighed in terms of that particular location. Where is it at? In my opinion, we don't have a lot of conflicts with regards to development next to irrigation canals, from what I looked when I looked at the mapping. So I think we've come to a good place with them, but we will hear back from them probably in a few weeks here to see if they have anything else to bring forward.
Thank you, Hillary. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that's something in terms of some negative feedback that we got from our changes, but has there been any positive feedback from any of our ratepayers?
We have had some, with regards to some changes we made, specifically with regards to the having some of those uses being permitted versus discretionary, like solar on roofs where we don't need development permits anymore. That's been really well received, so people don't have to wait 4 to 6 weeks to get their development permit. They can just go straight to Park Enterprises, get their electrical permit, and off they go to getting that installed. So that's been very successful. Another one was we made a change in there to allow for some minor adjustments to development permits, so that if somebody, say, had a slight change in location or some like kind of immaterial effects to their application after they'd gotten their development permit, I think that's been pretty well received. We've had a couple of instances where that's been very helpful for people. Instead of having to reapply, we've been able to make those amendments after the fact. So there's been some positives too.
Good job.
Thank you. So overall, would you say that your feeling is that the changes that we made help streamline it and make the process a little bit easier for the majority of our ratepayers?
Yes, I would agree that we have made some changes that have definitely made the process, some application processes, easier for people to follow. So, and that was the intent of that particular review, was to provide some efficiencies and make things easier for our citizens. So.
Awesome. Any other questions for Hillary? If not, thank you very much, Hillary. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's 9:31 and we have a 9:30 delegation. So without further ado, Peter, the floor is yours. We have SouthGrow here to give us an update today. And with SouthGrow, we have Peter Casarella. Peter, the floor is yours.
What time would you like me to take today?
We have a public hearing at 10, so up to a few minutes before, so we have a short break if possible. That would be wonderful.
Sounds good. It's good to see you all again. I can skip a lot of the boilerplate today because I've been in front of everybody here before. You know what the Regional Economic Development Alliances are and what we do. For those of you who may be watching online, I work for this council and for 29 other councils across the region to advance regional economic development projects. One of 9 organizations across the province that does this for primarily rural communities. The projects that we work on are not the kind of things that Cole and the administration would be working on at the community level. They're projects that all of the municipalities in the region and the provincial government themselves have an interest in seeing advanced, but nobody themselves has the direct mandate to do it. It kind of goes beyond the borders. Good examples of that in the past, of course, have been like the 10 years that we spent working on broadband to put together P3 partnerships and pilot different technologies so that we have new options available to deploy in small villages and hamlets so that our communities can afford to deploy really, really good broadband there. A good example of a success story is we did a project with the Milk River Cable Club, a pilot project on a technology called Terragraph before the pandemic to basically, it was a technology owned by Facebook, built by a company in Israel, and they wanted to pilot it in the Canadian market. High capacity, short range radios that offered speeds that were fiber-like in their deployment. And it had never been done in Canada before. So we put together a grant funding package and worked with that nonprofit in order to build out a pilot project with Fortis Alberta and the town of Milk River in Milk River. And it went really, really well. Since then, that technology is now is being used by 30 different companies across Alberta and beyond in Canada. So we managed to bring in a new solution which is affordably deployable in villages and hamlets across the plains in particular. Scrolling through some of the boilerplate here to get down to the meat of the matter. This is just an overview of some of the projects we've done over a 20-year history since 2004 that are informing investments today. I can certainly answer any questions on anything you see up there, but I want to get on to and talk about our current operational plan this year, just to highlight some of the stuff that we have underway, either projects that we're finishing up from past years or working on for the future. First of all, we've got our Economic Development Summit, which hit record attendance levels despite a record snowstorm last year, coming up again in March. As part of our mandate to build collaborations, we brought in a whole bunch of different organizations from across southern Alberta last year to all partner on it together. And so while me and my team do the heavy lifting to organize it all, it's a collaboration of like 6 or 7 different organizations who all come together to put on a high quality informational summit for southern Albertans about the issues that are impacting us right here in southern Alberta. And that'll be coming again forward in March. The SAPE initiative, the Southern Alberta Investment and Trade Initiative, I spent the last 3 years of my life dealing with policy as we talked about rural land use and regulations and amendments to existing legislation that needed to happen so that we didn't have a breakdown in the wild west of renewable energy deployment in southern Alberta, which we saw. That was mostly a good outcome. We got a lot of the changes that we wanted to see from our county's perspective, including in some of the legislative changes. There were some unintended things that came into there. And now we're really focused on moving forward and getting back to attracting investment within the new landscape that we have available. As part of that work that we did, I actually got invited forward on behalf of rural Albertans in general, which is a big hat to wear, to sit on a leadership council that is going to be presenting on the future of Alberta's electrical development to the Premier and to the Minister coming up in October here. And I'm tasked with trying to represent rural interests there. So I'll be calling people like Devin and Hillary and making sure I'm up on the issues they're seeing on the ground level in the coming months. The Highway 3 Twinning Development Association, you might know that SouthGrow is the back end for that organization. We provide their team with staff capacity and resources and do a lot of the work to keep them going on the front end. They just hired a new director of advancement. Victoria's gone off into retirement, and Neil Miller from Tabor is the new director of advancement over there. And construction is proceeding. So far, we have seen no issues other than dealing with land owner complaints, particularly out along the eastern side of the highway there, and just generally trying to encourage the government to keep going in the direction that they've made promises and to make sure those promises are kept. Our Agri-Food Scholarship Program this year has just closed. We got a couple dozen of applications, and we'll be awarding scholarships with sponsorships from MNP out in Tabor, Community Futures Lethbridge Region, and from DCOM Electrical Solutions here, and hopefully giving them out to deserving students who are going to either Lethbridge College, University of Lethbridge, or the college out on the tribe. One of the big trends we saw last year when we were talking to our communities is the need for more community level supports. Economic development is something that everybody sees the need to have, but it's almost like putting money into your retirement savings when you're just struggling to keep the lights on. Before the pandemic, there were 6 full-time economic development officers in communities across the SouthGrow region, aside from me and my team. Now there's 2. And a lot of that has been the downloading of costs and municipalities trying to find efficiencies in their budgets. And so now economic development is off the side of the desk for a lot of people. And we heard last year when we were doing some of our projects like investment reports, that kind of thing, that pretty much nobody is doing community level economic development to any appreciable measure. It's just dropped off the side of the desk. There's some projects being advanced in some of the larger communities, et cetera, but capacity has dried up. And so we're trying to look for ways to increase our presence at the community level to be able to meet that need. And there's a few options I'll talk about. This year, it looks like we're doing housing needs assessment for up to 6 of our members. I've got 5 signed up who need those affordable housing needs assessment done so that they can apply for the grants that are available out there. Me and my team have the expertise to do it, so the board approved us doing 6 of them. It's primarily smaller communities who don't have the capacity, either human or financial, to do them themselves. We're also proactively reaching out and saying, listen, call us, or encourage your nonprofits and community groups to call us if they want grant support. Not to write the grants, we don't have the capacity to do that, but we live in the grant space constantly looking at what's available out there, and we're very knowledgeable about how to build stacking programs for grants. So if you're talking to any of your staff who are looking to find a way to get a project funded, or if you are talking to any of your community groups, your nonprofits, associations who might not have the expertise that, say, your staff here does, kick them in our direction. We'll spend an hour with them on the phone, we'll talk about what they're trying to achieve, and build a program for them to pursue and coach them down the pathway. My team's very good at doing that kind of thing. We've also got our supply chain opportunity identification project right near the finish line. So I've spent the last couple of years working with some consultants, and we have now invasively intruded on 125 large industrial companies across the region. This was way harder of a project than I anticipated it was going to be, and I anticipated it was going to be a hard project. But we've got extremely good information now from 125 large industrial companies on their supply chains and their needs and their inputs and their outputs. And this is supposed to yield a large report from our consultants on matchmaking between those companies, investment opportunities, and other opportunities for business retention and expansion with our largest industrials. That was a collaborative project with Economic Development Lethbridge, where they helped us by providing us with a lot of information and business data, and then a lot of legwork and relationship building. I'm excited to see the outcome of that. And I'll talk about, I'll just briefly mention the Blackfoot Language Signage Project. This is a tourism and reconciliation project that we started down the path on last year. It was award-winning and profiled by Jobs, Economy and Trade as a good example of an excellent community economic development project. We did it in partnership with Community Futures Lethbridge. They led the administration on that. And Troy Granger and I have worked together to advance that collaboratively. And we won 2 awards at the Economic Developers of Alberta Awards. First, 1 award for an innovative project, and then a Best in-House award on top of that. Tourism Lethbridge, Alberta Southwest are also partners, along with a few other organizations too. So we're just opening it back up for year 2 rounds. And so we fund signage. So if you know anybody who wants to replace aging signage, as long as it includes Blackfoot names on it, and with the committee out on the tribe will provide translation or interpretation, it's a great way to improve infrastructure and at the same time doing an interesting project that adds complexity to our tourism landscape and intrigues people with the history of the place that we live, and also is a nod towards reconciliation with our neighbors. So when I was talking about economic development opportunities at the community level, there's a couple of ways we see going forward with this. If the need in the region is community economic development, and we're trying to meet that need, and capacity is vanishing from our communities, we're advancing a proposal to Jobs, Economy and Trade and to Praise Canada to jointly fund a 3-year project by which we're able to hire 2 full-time community economic development officers. There's a couple of different ways this can go. If I get enough money to hire 2 full-time community economic development officers, me and my team, with our expertise that we've developed, can go around and work with all of the administrations for our 29, 30 members and help provide them with customized economic development plans specific to their communities. And each of those EDOs would have about 15 communities divided up between them. And their job would be to work for the community to coordinate that effort, to go and sit in meetings with the administrators and help shepherd those projects forward. Because a lot of economic development is done across your business units. It's not all just on one EDO's desk. And a community economic development officer ends up being a coordinator across different business units fairly often. So this is one way, if we get the funding, that we could advance work at the community level to help all of our members out. If we only get enough funding for one, another idea that the board is considering is to provide a coordinator for county-level economic development collaborations. So we currently sit as advisors on the Joint Economic Development Council out in the MD of Tabor. It's a collaboration of the 4 communities and chambers of commerces and business units out there who work together to try to advance economic development by collaborating together at the county level, where they can put more community-level effort in. So another idea is if we were only able to get one EDO, that person's job might be to work with our counties to create economic development councils for the county level with your hamlets and villages and towns to work collaboratively on community economic development within that level. And one person working full-time could put together 6 of those collaborations quite effectively as a full-time job. Combined with the new resources and the toolkit for community economic development building that's coming down from the RMA, they're providing a good tool that our staff could just grab and run with in order to advance work at the community level. So these are 2 options that I'm going to be coming forward to talk to your staff about over the next few weeks as we begin to work on our applications for the Northern and Regional Economic Development grants, and with Prairies Canada that we've already started having these conversations with. And the executive is going to be bringing these ideas forward to the full board of SouthGrow at our quarterly meeting coming up on October the 3rd in Tabor. Yeah. Some other immediate opportunities. Oh, I just wanted to also mention too that Economic Development of Alberta's conference is happening in April again this year. If you want to go, it's the awesomest conference. It's the best conference of the year. It's very fun. You basically got 450 extroverts all stuffed into a room together who are really passionate about what they do in Kananaskis, so you can't run away. So everybody's stuck there wanting to talk and involved with a little bit of social lubricant, and it's a very good time. If you're wanting to go and you've got budget to go and attend something like this, I recommend booking it this week. Hotel rooms on site fill up very, very fast, and it's definitely going to sell out before Christmas time. They sold out last year, I think, right at the beginning of December. I would be shocked if they didn't sell out even earlier this year. Finally, in the interest of time, I'm just going to skip ahead. Mr. Reeve? I just want to give you an update on the SouthGrow solar project, since this has been an issue that we've been working on with Lethbridge County for a while. So we had a big grinding halt to come to that project last summer when the moratorium hit. Ironically, the minister actually didn't think it applied to us, but it most definitely did. He's like, I'm sorry, dudes. Sorry about that. But things opened up again, and we had a few months for the dust to settle, and we managed to rebuild our business case, and we've had conversations that are being advanced in a very, very positive fashion right now. We've got a pathway to pay for the thing that we are trying to get complete. And I had a big lump, just lots of conflicting thoughts when the NDP pulled out of their supply and confidence bill yesterday, because a lot of this depends on federal grants coming to fruition. So you could say that my brain is torn in several different ways, because I want those federal grants to advance this project, and I want other things in life too. But we have advanced a very good conversation with Enercan for $3 million, which they subsequently increased to potentially $4 million to offset the capital costs. We've already advanced an application with the FCM for the balance for a low-interest loan of 15% grant, which the business case works very, very nicely at that. Prairies Canada is at the table too, supporting this project. They couldn't support the capital, and they actually came back to us this summer saying, all right, how can we help? And they've got a companion project in place, which is being considered at their funders table, which would include the funding of those positions that we just talked about with SouthGrow for doing community economic development work, and to help us with the transition of our organization towards one with a lot more resources under our belt to be able to do a lot more economic development work in the region. Because if we pull this off, we'll be much better funded than we are now. And then, of course, we're working with DECOM Electrical Solutions now, which has become a good friend of the organization, on advancing the applications with Fortis and with the regulator as well. So that's where that is sitting. And as long as everything's still solid with Lethbridge County allowing us to go on that 20 acres of effluent land there, we're good to keep moving ahead on this project, with the federal timelines being the scary thing. But I'm happy to answer any questions about anything you heard me say or anything you saw in the presentation that I didn't have time to talk about. I love what I do. Thank you for employing me.
Thank you very much, Peter. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Peter, when you just, the project you just talked about, what would the cost increase be since you originally had looked into it? Have you any idea?
It's been about a couple $100,000, give or take. It hasn't been that bad. We started off with a price from a different company before the shutdown. That was like 5.8.5 million, and now it's up to like 6.1, so maybe $250,000 increase. We've actually changed technologies as well. So we'd be using a more traditional ground mount system this time around, but it has innovated in that it's got a single axis tracker which allows the panels to be put 12 feet spaced apart rather than what used to be 30 feet spaced apart. So we're still trying to use less land than than traditional solar projects in the past have. But yeah, those are the basic changes. It's not a horrendous increase.
Peter, I have first a question, maybe just for the benefit of everyone that's not intimately involved with SouthGrow, just where the REDAs are at as far as the relationship with the province, funding, and maybe the landscape there. What, I guess, how you see that and how you potentially see that evolving.
Yeah, it's annoying. I would just like to do my job, and it's frustrating when we have to get sidetracked by these conversations. Particularly since in 2023, Nate Horner, when he was Minister of Ag and Irrigation, did a very thorough 6-month consultation with rural Albertans and came forward with the Economic Development in Rural Alberta Plan, which was roundly applauded by all of us. We were like, this is what we have been waiting for. And then he stood up on stage a little over a year ago with Brian Jean and said, yep, we're reinvesting in the REDAs. This makes sense. Let's leverage our money, our provincial taxpayer money, against municipal taxpayer money, and invest in regional priorities and work together and continue to grow these collaborations. That has changed under our new minister. He gave an announcement that in 3 years they're pulling out. And there's a funding formula that advances year over year. We're in a good position. Each year in this new funding formula, the local communities have to carry more of the load. We've got enough resources to see ourselves through to the end of the 3rd year while leveraging the full potential allocation from the provincial government. So we won't see an impact right until the end. So we can keep advancing our work and figuring out ways to keep this going and figure out what is value for our communities and what the future looks like. We've got a sustainability committee led by Lori Lickman, which is going to be coming forward again and looking at all the potential different ways that the organization could evolve. Having said that, we've been through a lot of ministers over the years. RMA and Alberta municipalities have made this a top advocacy priority. They've had conversations already with the Premier and with the Minister. We've been here before. Yeah. So we'll see.
Maybe just to piggyback on that, I'm probably being a little presumptuous as to the direction you'll go, but I will ask the question anyways. I think it's really, first comment, I guess, I think what's key to what you and your group do, Peter, is collaboration. I don't know how much you get done without working with other groups, working with other members, with all the municipalities. So I think collaboration is key. And with that, 2 of the groups that I think that you've done a lot of work with, we do a lot of work with, are in the city here, in Economic Development Lethbridge and Tourism Lethbridge. I think I've been pretty loud and clear on my support for those organizations and the value they bring. There's been questions around that, and I think part of the question is maybe how we define value and what value is. Maybe just your thoughts from a SouthGrow perspective on collaboration and working with groups. And if you don't want to speak directly to those 2 groups, you don't have to, but just in general.
No, I'm very happy to. I have strong opinions on these 2, and I don't mind who hears them. I'm very supportive of the work that Economic Development Lethbridge and Tourism Lethbridge do. The staffs and the boards of those organizations understand that the city and the region around it are symbiotic and that we have to work together. And the work that EDL does extends out into the region. We partner regularly. The same with Tourism Lethbridge. Great Falls, Montana has an extremely interesting economic development model. It is a regional economic development model. They don't actually get a cent of funding from the city of Great Falls themselves. Their members are the communities and counties extending across northern Montana and a lot of industry and businesses. They have 17 employees. Mind you, the States is a different beast, and they get a lot of federal funding that comes down to fund local economic development. But they have a model that includes a city and the region around it, which seems to work very, very well. It would take a lot of relationship building and advancement of trust in order to get, I think, the political level in Southern Alberta to that stage. But it's not something that's out of reach. The region of SouthGrow has about 100,000 people. The city of Lethbridge has about 100,000 people. There's some balance there. The city of Lethbridge has a lot more capacity for economic development because the region is split up into 30 independent administrative units, and there's a loss of efficiency there, right? But why couldn't we do this all together and advance community economic development for the entire region and provide that direct value back to our people? We do it with ORSC for development. We've done it with other organizations in the past. If we're losing the capacity to do community economic development because of constricting budgets at the administrative level for our communities, then does it make sense to partner together to provide community economic development for everybody? Centralize that expertise into an organization that our rural communities control and provide that expertise to everyone. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Peter. I think that, I think everyone at this table is of a similar mindset in that I think we all believe that, rising tide lifts all boats. And I think what's good for us is good for our neighbor, and what's good for that neighbor is good for Southern Alberta, and what's good for Southern Alberta is good for the province. So I appreciate the work you do. One other comment I will say about the people in your world, Peter, your use of acronyms in the economic development sphere is unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's quite phenomenal. It's I never know what you're talking about, but so I appreciate when you do break it out. But thank you very much.
We have a sheet, last point. So elections are coming up for SouthGrow in December. SouthGrow is a membership organization. It's one, in a very real sense, members get out what they put in. If you have anybody who really likes economic development, consider running for the executive committee. The executive committee deals monthly with our staff and really gets to appreciate the full depth of everything that's going on. And so I just push that as an option out for you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Peter? Awesome. Thanks, Peter. Appreciate your time. Whenever you are, Candace. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order at 10:04 a.m. this morning. We can move on our agenda to our public hearings. We have one public hearing for Bylaw 24-014 to redesignate a portion of the Northwest 341021 West 4 from urban fringe to business light industrial. With that, we can recess our public meeting. We're here today to hold the public hearing for Bylaw 24-014 to redesignate a portion of the Northwest 341021 West 4 from urban fringe to business light industrial. I'd ask for a motion to open the public hearing for this bylaw. John?
So moved.
John has moved to open the public hearing for Bylaw 24-014. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The public hearing is being held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act as amended. The public hearing is being live streamed via the county's YouTube page. And with that, the public hearing for Bylaw 24-014 is now officially open. I will now ask the Manager, Planning and Development, to review the nature of the hearing and provide an overview of what is being proposed. Hillary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. This public hearing for Bylaw 24-014 is to redesignate a portion of the Northwest 341021 West of the 4th from urban fringe to business light industrial. The intent of this rezoning is to allow for business light industrial uses on the property which are currently prohibited in this particular area because of the zoning in place. Currently, only those businesses that have a valid development permit that predates the 2013 land use bylaw, or any uses that are contained within the Lethbridge urban fringe, the urban fringe district, are allowed to operate currently on this property. The applicant has expressed a desire to be able to allow for other businesses to locate within those bay buildings that are located in the area that's proposed for the rezoning. This application was circulated to all the county departments, the town of Picture Butte, as it is within the town of Picture Butte and Lethbridge County intermunicipal development plan area, and external agencies such as Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors for their review and comment. As a result of that circulation, I received no concerns from any of the external agencies or the town of Picture Butte with regards to the proposed redesignation. In looking at this application and evaluating it against the county's statutory plans and guiding documents, I can provide the following comments. With regards to the industrial commercial land use strategy, section 5.6, this identifies the areas for growth and expansion. The proposed rezoning is in an area identified for growth and expansion next to the town of Picture Butte within our industrial commercial land use strategy. Under section 10 of the municipal development plan, there's criteria that it provides criteria for the approval of a commercial industrial use in proximity to highways and that are compatible with adjacent uses and in proximity to utilities and services. The proposed rezoning is in compliance with this section of the municipal development plan, as it is across the road from and adjacent to light industrial commercial type developments, both within the county and also across the road within the town of Picture Butte. It obviously has direct highway access, and all the services required for the development to function are already on the property. The proposed development also conforms to the Lethbridge County and town of Picture Butte intermunicipal development plan. In this particular plan, there is it's split into areas around the town, and policy 6.6.4 identifies this area as suitable for business and highway type land uses. That whole area fronting onto 5 and 19, both on the town side and in the county side, is identified for such use. Just so council, for your information, there is the area to the south of this, within that same quarter section, would be more suitable for residential uses, but the area along the highway obviously would be best suited for industrial and commercial purposes. So with that, the notice of the public hearing was advertised in the August 13th and 20th editions of the Sunny South News, and it was also posted on the county's website and social media accounts. As a result of the notices that were sent out, and notices were also sent to those adjacent landowners within the town, There was no comments or concerns received as a result of our mail out or with regards to the notice that was put into the newspaper. So with that, I have recommended that second and third reading of Bylaw 24-014 could be read both a second and third time, as it conforms to the county's statutory documents and guiding policies. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Hillary. This is council's opportunity to receive input from the public. Those making presentations are asked to state their name and review their points. We ask that you refrain from asking questions of council. The intention of the public hearing is not to debate or defend the contents of the bylaw or the position which individual councillors may have on the bylaw. Questions asked of a councillor by a presenter may be ruled out of order. Presentations to council will start with the applicant who has made a submission, followed by any other persons wishing to comment on the proposal. Please keep your comments to the point. After each speaker, members of council will be permitted to ask questions of the presenter to clarify any details. No debating or questions from the floor will be allowed. I don't believe there is anyone here to speak, but I will ask the question. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? Is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? And a third time, is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? If there is nothing further, I would ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Go ahead, Morris. Morris has moved to close the public hearing at 10:10 this morning, 10:10 a.m. this morning. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We can resume our public meeting at 10:11 a.m. this morning. And I would open up to council for any questions you may have of Hillary at this time. Seeing none, how would you like to proceed? Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that bylaw 24-014 be read a second time.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved that bylaw 24-014 be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll move that bylaw 24-014 be read for third time.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved that bylaw 24-014 be read for a third time. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Hillary.
Thank you.
Why don't we move down then to G2, Corporate Services, and start at G2.1, the 2024 Stirling Wind Community Benefits Scholarship Program. Morning, Jen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Council. Thank you. So in front of you, we have the Stirling Benefit Program, or Scholarship Program. As Council may recall, we entered into an agreement with Patina Renewables regarding their community funding program due to the wind turbines that they have within the county boundaries. As part of that, they had two streams of funding, and earlier this year, Council agreed with their portion being donated to some community groups that had applied for some funding for some projects that they had that fit within the guidelines of the agreement. This is the second portion of the program, which is related to scholarships. And the scholarship within the agreement are specific to the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So the county did receive 5 applications under this funding stream. I did, through the process, as was kind of recommended through the county bursary committee, to ask if they would like to see any of the applications that were received through that fit this criteria as well, but did not receive a bursary from the county. So when I spoke with them, they said to just initially send the ones that submitted under this program, which is what I did. So there were 5 applicants that were sent. There's $4,000 to be awarded to a maximum of $2,000 per applicant. So the Stirling, the contact at Potentia for the Stirling Wind program provided 2 recipients that they felt best met all of the criteria that they had set out. And it's Andy Yang and Eili Verkovich. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Thank you. So the recommendation is that County Council approve the Stirling Wind Community Benefit Scholarship Program funds in the amount of $4,000 to those 2 recipients. And this is just based on the information provided back from Potentia and their review of the applicants, as well as both are majoring in fields of technology, engineering, and sciences per their requirements. And there's no cost to the county because we have received the funds from the Stirling Wind already for the year.
Awesome. Thank you, Jen. I'd open up to council for any discussion or questions you might have. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it is a wonderful opportunity anytime we can help and assist anybody that is looking to advance their education. And so as such, I'd like to move that County Council approve the Stirling Wind Project Community Benefit Scholarship Program funds in the amount of $4,000 to the following recipients: Andy Yang and Ali Vrikovic. Vukurovich. Thank you.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation. The County Council approved the Stirling Wind Project Community Benefit Scholarship Program funds in the amount of $4,000 to the following recipients: Andy Yang and Eiley?
I think it's Eiley.
Eiley?
I believe so.
No, I'm going to say it wrong. Vukurovich. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Congratulations to Andy and Eiley, and thank you very much, Jen.
Welcome. I'll just add too that we will work with the Stirling Wind Project on some publications and some social media blasts. So both the county and Stirling Wind will put something out with regards to this.
Awesome. Thank you, Jen. G 2.2, Community Futures Business Loan Request, the Bearded Ox Company.
So I believe we had a business request at just a couple meetings ago as well, so it's good to see that the program is being utilized again because we hadn't seen any for a while there. But we did receive another request from the Community Futures regarding a business loan application per their program. So the county has provided financial support through this program before by aiding with the interest portion of the loans to a maximum loan of $10,000 for each business that applies. We were contacted with a recent application to the Bearded Ox Timber Company, who has applied for a loan through their program, and has asking the county to contribute to covering the loan interest, which would be approximately $1,500, give or take, on the loan amount that they're requesting. The loan is to aid with some renovation costs related to the company, which is a custom lumber, countertop, and furniture producer. So they have stated on their website that all of their trees are ethically and locally sourced from arborists from within a 100-kilometer radius of Lethbridge, Alberta. And the shop is located within the airport commercial area, which is within the county. With that, the recommendation that administration is bringing forward is that the county supports the Community Futures loan application for the Bearded Ox Timber Company and fund the loan interest amount through the county's 2024 operating budget.
Thank you, Jen. John, is there anything do you want to speak on this at all?
Yeah, I would just like to add that this program through Community Futures it's got some very specific requirements in the sense that it is for only improvements to operating and existing businesses. It's a pretty substantial benefit to a lot of businesses regionally. There's a significant uptake within the city. The city supports it. All the smaller urbans do have the same program, and there's been applications that have gone through the smaller urbans as well. And it is a program that overall has been very well received and well utilized, and I'm happy to see that some of our county businesses are starting to actually take advantage of it again.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in your report, it says they're located in the airport commercial area?
Yeah.
Are they in the Duncan subdivision, or where are they?
So I actually had Devin look this up for me on the GIS, and I don't know what the actual area is called. Do you recall?
Airport commercial.
That's not Duncan, though.
Oh, sorry, I thought that's, no, the Duncan National Park, just to the east. It's the east of
Okay, no, I don't think they're in Duncan then. No, they are not in the Duncan.
They're in the Duncan?
They are not.
Oh,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I believe at one point they were in Stewart Siding,
they were.
and I think they relocated to the airport commercial grounds, from what I understand.
Okay. So that's actually technically in the city, kind of.
Well, the city owns, yes, but it's within the county still.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's splitting hairs or, yeah.
You want some from me?
How would we like to proceed? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move the county council support the Community Futures loan application for the Bearded Ox Timber Company and fund the loan interest amount through the county's 2024 operating budget.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation that county council support the community futures loan application for the Bearded Ox Timber Co. and fund the loan interest amount through the county's 2024 operating budget. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you, thank you, Jen. Moving down, G 2.3, financial report ending July 31st, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd first like to start by saying I'm going to bring up the dashboard because I realized that when I sent the report, I must not have updated it, although I did have an updated one. So I'll just bring it up and I'll send an updated one to Candace to publish, but I know that council likes this kind of quick infographic that gives you a bit of a synopsis of the financial activities up to July 31st. So our revenues were just over 9.2 up to July 31st with total expenses over 30. About nearly 14 of that is related to capital expenditures, and of that 13 and change, almost 14, about 7 million of that is related to the Eastern transmission pipeline project that's taking place right now, also known as McCain's. So we've been funding that through some grant funding that we received and then some cash flow, and we'll be moving forward with the debenture as per the bylaw that council approved earlier in the year. Investments we're sitting pretty consistent at around 23 million, and our cash at the end of the quarter, which incorporated tax payments that obviously came due with the July 31st due date, of just shy of 13 million. We levied just over 27 million in taxes. That is total levy, so it includes requisitions. And our collections to date, as of July 31st anyways, was just shy of 88%, which does seem a little bit low, but we hadn't received the provincial grant in lieu at this time, which is fairly significant, and there's still those oil and gas companies that set us back a bit when they're left unpaid. So we will see that collection number increase once we receive the grant in lieu specifically. Penalty has been issued, so that usually generates some additional payments coming in as well. Payables, of course, are well over 2,100. So versus expenses, some things that aren't all included in there would be like payables. I'm thinking more checks that the county has issued versus including payroll and some of those other regular items that flow through as an expense. Accounts receivable are just under 5 million as of July 31st. And at the bottom of the dashboard here under percentage of income, it's showing 35%, which does seem low, but we haven't incorporated all of the transfers from reserves or grant funding that we will bring forward that helps fund. And this doesn't include tax revenue at this point. So this is just strictly revenue with the exception of taxes. And our expenditures are sitting at just shy of 68%, which for July 31st is about right for where we should be. So I'll just move into the report itself. I won't get into, as in the past, all of the verbiage related to the activities that each of the departments have addressed, but I'll just give you a brief synopsis here. I'm actually going to move down to, I guess, if it's page 91 on yours, or I'm not sure how you're looking at it, but just the tax support by department. So I have identified at this time approximately a $500,000 surplus. A lot of this is due to, we received some, in Public Works, there was a large, I believe it was an approach or a crossing agreement that was was big, and it was, I think, over $200,000. So that was some unanticipated revenue that we received there. Also, there's some savings within, well, savings as of date with regards to materials and gravel. But as we move into the winter season, we might see some of that get utilized. So I was a bit conservative on my estimates there. We've had some savings in some departments with some staffing transitions. So we've seen some salary and wages savings. As we're, filling some seats again, we'll see that that increase, but there are still going to be some savings there. And planning and development has some additional revenues there, as they have in the past. Not included within this surplus is interest we've received to date. I didn't include it as a surplus amount because we do transfer all interest that is earned back to the capital reserves, so we don't include it within our surplus total at the end of the year. So there's a couple departments that are looking at some small deficits. Most of those, again, are related to just some transition pieces. There's been some administrative, I guess, office and equipment purchases that have taken place. A few items like that have just created a little bit of a deficit in some of the areas, but nothing that the surplus couldn't cover, so I feel okay with that. And then, as mentioned, our capital to date is sitting just shy of 14 million. So we are getting quite a bit of the capital completed. That includes, I believe, if not all, almost all of the fleet purchases that they intended to make for 2024. Again, we've got 7 million of that related to the Eastern Pipeline project. There's been some road and water projects as well that have taken place. So that's all incorporated within that total. And again, just another summary on the following page for you. And as we move through the report, there's the departmental updates that for council on each of the departments and what everybody's been up to and sort of how the operations and activities are going. I just wanted to bring council to the bottom of the report. We have received information on what grant funding we'll be receiving from the Local Government Fiscal Framework Grant, which used to be MSI. So I just put a comparable there for council as well, just so they could take a look at funding today versus some of the historical funding we received. So the capital funding for the LGFF is just over 2.3, and the operational funding is 210. And under the Canada Community Building Fund, which was previously the federal gas tax, it's staying fairly consistent. It's at 639, so slightly below the 2023 number, but consistent with what we've seen, with the exception of 2021, where they added that top up, which I think came out of COVID, some of that. So that's what we're looking at. And then on the very last page here, I did include another economic update from CIBC Wood Gundy. I know that this information has been helpful for council in the past. It also kind of gives a little bit of an investment portfolio impact. But as council probably heard the other day, Bank of Canada did drop rates again by another 2.5. And according to this economic update, they're thinking that it will be down to 3.75 by the end of the year. So that is an improvement. I believe inflation, they're estimating at about 2.5 by the end of 2025. So at 2.5 currently. So that's fairly consistent with what we've thought at around 2.2% as we've been looking at budget. So that's pretty good to see. Housing prices are still high just due to limited supply. As a rural municipality, that's not too much of an issue for us, but always something to have in the back of our mind as developments are taking place. And they just talk about the portfolio a little bit, but there's nothing too new there, other than we probably are going to see with the reduction in the Bank of Canada rate some reduction in some of the interest revenue that we've been seeing, just because the rates obviously are gonna go down, so. I think that was, oh, I did want to add too, because I didn't have it on the dashboard, with business tax, that was also levied with the general tax levy. I've just, and we are about 92% collection on the business tax, so collection there is pretty good.
Awesome. Thanks, Jen. Go ahead, Morris.
Sorry, I forgot, I missed out there. What was business tax? What was it at?
Councillor Zeenster, through the chair, we're at 92% collection on business tax.
It's due July 1st.
July 31st is the due date, yes. Yeah.
Any questions for Jen at this time? I guess it was very thorough, Jen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the update and all the work that goes into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move down to administration, G3. We have 2 items under administration today. G3.1, a Saywa Wheatland County request for letters of support, ACP and CIP grant applications. Yep. Do you want to speak to this clause?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was asked if I could present this, and you get a little up to date of where we are with the SAWAC project too. So the Southern Alberta Energy from Waste Association, in partnership with the Wheatland County, has requested that Lethbridge County provide a letter of support for the Alberta Community Partnerships and the Community Initiatives program. Applications for grant funding are to begin the regional waste agreement discussions and engagement progress. The recommendation is, asking for the letters of support. And the reasoning for the recommendations, as part of the ACP and CIP application process, SAWA must identify regional impact through letters of support for the application to be considered. And previous council directions were always that council always supported the SAWA's initiatives. And some background information on SAWA, along with the Wheatland County as a funding sponsor, will be submitting an application to the Community Initiative Program for the September 15th intake and the Alberta Community Partnership Grant for the October 1st intake. The funds being requested are essential to facilitate regional municipal stakeholder and partnership engagement process to secure feedstock agreements for the Energy from Waste Economic Investment Partnerships. SAWA's mission is to develop an energy from waste facility in southern Alberta as an alternative to landfilling that will result in over 7 million tons of greenhouse gas reductions. An energy from waste facility will significantly help the province of Alberta reach its goal set towards 30% reduction of the greenhouse gases by 2030. SAWA in early 24, upon direction of the board, were required to go back to the public seeking interest in investment of the energy from waste facility. The call for expressions of interest far exceeded the expectations, and as a result, the board has now closed the submissions process effective July 1st, 2024. To move forward with the fair screening and the shortlisting process with the intent of selecting a preferred proponent, the development of an energy from waste facility at the Newell Regional Landfill site. The Southern Alberta Energy from Waste, as part of completing the technology vendor preferred partner selection, must undertake its most comprehensive work to date through a regional engagement process within the membership footprint of 51 members and 4 waste authority stakeholders in order to establish waste agreements. The next steps, once the new technology vendor has been selected by the board to move forward with, will be to formalize a member and waste authority engagement process to directly discuss waste attainment to satisfy moving forward with the selected technology vendor. And with that, the recommendation that we're asking for is support letters for, from SAWA to the community ACP and the CIP. That was my presentation.
Thank you, Claus. Is there anything else you wanted to add outside of that as to where things are? Or?
To where things are, that's actually confidential right now, so I can't elaborate on any of that. We are going to have a face-to-face meeting on the first Friday in October. I think that's the 5th. And from there, we will probably have some more information regarding what happened with this and the vendor. So that's basically all I can say at this moment, and not having breach any confidential agreement.
Thank you, Claus. Is there anything you wanted to add, Cole?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe Councillor Vanderveen covered everything, and it would be our recommendation based on that Lethbridge County Council supports both grant applications, and we see no downside and there's no financial impact to not doing so.
Thank you, Cole. Anything further on this? How would you like to proceed? Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that the Lethbridge County provide letters of support to SAWA for their Alberta Community Partnership ACP and Community Initiatives Program CIP grant applications for funding to begin the regional waste agreement discussions and engagement process.
Thank you, Mark. Mark's moved the recommendation that Lethbridge County provide letters of support to SAWA for their Alberta Community Partnerships ACP and Community Initiatives Program CIP grant applications for funding to begin the regional waste agreement discussions and engagement process. Sorry, go ahead, Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would we be able to amend the motion to just reflect that the letters of support are in support of SAWA, but not to SAWA, because the letters may have to be made out to their community partnership? Like Wheatland County would be the recipient of the ACP grant. So just a slight change in wording.
What's that?
Okay.
Okay, comfortable? Okay. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Cole. Thank you, Claus. Item number 2 under administration, G3.2, Village of Barron's request for letter of support, ACP grant application. Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yes, the Village of Barron's has requested a letter of support from Lethbridge County to support the Alberta Community Partnership application for grant funding to conduct a conceptual design study for upgrades to their potable water station and reservoir. This potable water station and reservoir does service part of the region and Lethbridge County residents. This is a normal partnership. We see no reason not to support Barron's proceeding. I don't know the level of impact it has on the region and the number of residents that access this bulk water station. I was not able to collect that information for council going into this, but that it would maintain a strong relationship with the Village of Barron's, and therefore we do recommend that as part of their ACP application process that Lethbridge County does provide a letter of support for the Village of Barron's for their potable water pump station and reservoir.
Thank you, Cole. Any questions from council? Go ahead, John.
Not a question, but a statement. I think this aligns very nicely with our vision and mandate to support all of our smaller urbans within the county. And as such, I'd like to move the Lethbridge County provide a letter of support to the Village of Barron's for their Alberta Community Partnership ACP application for grant funding to conduct a conceptual design study for upgrades to their potable water pump station and reservoir.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion? John has moved that Lethbridge County provide a letter of support to the Village of Barron's for their Alberta Community Partnership ACP application for grant funding to conduct a conceptual design study for upgrades to their potable water pump station and reservoir. Any further discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we know how many county residents they provide from that system?
Cool.
Through the chair to Councillor Zeenstra, I was not able to get that information prior to bringing this forward. I received it was a late addition to this agenda. We just wanted to get it in for the deadline. So I can absolutely get that information and circulate that with council, but I don't know how many residents access it directly or from hauling water.
Any other discussion? I'll call a question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Cole. We have one piece of correspondence on this agenda. H1, I have a letter under the signature of Cypress County Reeve Dan Hamilton. On behalf of Cypress County, I'm excited to extend an invitation to you and your community members to join us at the 2024 Cypress County Ag Connections Conference presented by MNP. The conference will be held November 20th, 24th at Medicine Hat Exhibition Stampede Grounds. The event is a key opportunity for primary producers to come together for a day of learning, networking, and collaboration. The Ag Connections Conference is designed to highlight the latest innovations, challenges, and opportunities within the ag sector with a focus on the needs and interests of Southern Alberta producers. I did attend, which I believe last year was the inaugural, last year's event, and it was a packed day of presenters. It was a terrific event, and I believe Candace has forwarded the invitation to council, and I believe there's already been some members of council that have committed to going, but I would, if it's something that interests you, I would encourage considering attending. And that is our one piece of correspondence for today. So we can move down to county council and committee updates. Two items here. We have our attendance updates, and we have an audit services selection item. So why don't we start with item 1, the county council attendance update, and we can start in Division 1 with Councillor Lauren Hickey. Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the 4th, of course, was Lethbridge County Council meeting. On the 12th was the 60th anniversary celebration out at, forgot the name of the place already. But anyways, I think I'd like to say this, that staff did an excellent job of organizing the event and putting it together. Both that and the one that was held on McNally School. Despite being a very, very hot day at McNally, things went over very well, and the kids absolutely loved the face painting, and it just was a great day. And those little stuffy animals, people can't get enough of those things. It was a great choice, and very well done to staff. So thank you. And again, on the 18th, had another county council meeting. But thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Division 2, myself, on July 1st, attended the Canada Day opening ceremonies at Henderson Lake. They had a short program with the mayor, MP Thomas, and MLA Newdorf, and myself spoke. The 12th was, as Lauren said, the 60th anniversary celebration in Shaughnessy. The 16th, CAO Beck and I met with Minister of Affordability and Utilities, MLA Newdorf, discussed some of the things that, some of the challenges we're having, some of the opportunities that we see, and how we can work more closely. Always thankful for MLA Newdorf's time. He's been very generous with us. The 18th, the county council meeting. The 19th, another 60th celebration, McNally. The 20th, the Nobleford Heritage Days Parade. 27th, Colehurst Miners Day Parade. And the 30th, meeting with Alberta Sugar Beet Growers Association, met with their executive director and their president, Gary Tekeriak, talked again about some of the things they're trying to move forward, some advocacy, and they intend to bring a delegation to council following the wrap-up of beet harvest. But it was always nice to touch base with them, and I would just echo what Lauren said. Just an awesome job on the 60th anniversary celebrations. Both were well attended and I think well appreciated, and I was able to make it out to 4 or 5 parades this year. Just a big thank you to staff for everything that goes into that, the candy, the the upkeep and maintenance of the float, having volunteers help us throw candy, drivers, everything. It's just been, your support from staff has been tremendous, so just a big thank you. Division 3, Councillor Mark Sayers. Mark?
Thanks, Troy. Started July 1st, or July 4th, the Lethbridge County Council meeting. July 9th, we had our bursary committee meeting, which is always entertaining and enjoyable. I think 3 of us that are on that committee, and working with Jen, we always look forward to that each year. Again, on the 12th, we had our 60th anniversary celebration, the barbecue in Shaughnessy, and again, the 19th, the one in McNally. And again, like everybody else, I'd really appreciate all and recognize all the work that our staff does, and to go into that. I remember driving into Shaughnessy and coming around the corner and seeing the setup there, and just my jaw dropped. It was amazing, and all the staff were there, and everybody was having a great time, and I think all the people that attended really enjoyed it. Council meeting on the 18th, and then on the 24th, July 24th, I attended the town hall meeting in Coaldale that the Premier attended, so was interested in seeing that. So anyway, that was it. And again, a big shout out to the staff. Again, the new the upgrade on the float was great, and it's a lot of fun. And we had a great time with the kids, staff, and some of us were bringing our kids out, and they just loved it. Found out that Peter Casarella's daughter goes to school with my daughter, and they have their granddaughter, and they have the same name, which is bizarre. But anyway, it was neat to see that, and the kids love it. It's fun for me just watching how those kids relate, and they're just so excited about helping out and throwing candy and riding on the float. So it just another testament to our staff team and just how we all work together. So it's great. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Division 4, Deputy Reeve, John Kerbis. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other than our regular council meetings, I just want to highlight I was honored to speak at the Southern Alberta Summer Games opening ceremonies on behalf of the county, and I was amazed at the number of participants there and the camaraderie that the participants and athletes have, and hats off to the city of Coaldale for pulling that off. It's a momentous task to actually gather that many people and organize it and have a successful event, and all indications are it was over the top successful. So, and then just moving on, the July 19th 60th anniversary celebrations, very hot day, but really well presented and well received by any of the people that I talked to that was there. So again, hats off to our administration for all of the effort put into that and pulling that such a wonderful event off. And July 20th and 27th, I attended 2 parades, one in Nobleford Heritage Days and the 27th of the Colehurst Parade. They are the funnest things that I get to do as a representative for the county, and it is it's the one thing that you can go and smile and enjoy and watch all the participants wave and the children and tossing out candy to them. I think that it's one of the most personally rewarding things that I get to do. From a face-to-face with our ratepayers, and I look forward to it every year. And that would be my update.
Thank you, John. I can't believe you'd suggest that a parade would be more fun than this, but it's each to their own. Division 6, Councillor Klaas Vanderveen. Klaas.
Yeah, so I forgot to put a few things in. So I had the 3rd July, I had the Link Pathway meeting, and then the 4th County Council meeting. Then, of course, I was at the Shaughnessy celebration for the anniversary, and the thing that I kept from that one was I stepped in some tar, and so I wasted a couple of shoes. And then July 18th, the Lethbridge County Council meeting, and the 26th, the SouthGrow meeting.
Not like you to get in a sticky situation.
You know what? You can't get it off.
Thank you, Klaas. Division 7, Councillor Morris Eanstra. Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. July the 4th, with the St. Mary's meeting, and July the 12th, 60th anniversary celebration, and July the 18th, Lethbridge County Council meeting, July the 19th, 60th anniversary celebration, and July the 28th, which should be July the 29th,
Thank you, Morris. Thank you, council. Thank you for everything. Thank you, staff. And just a big thank you to council. I always appreciate everyone's willingness to step up and fill in when others aren't able to. So thanks to John and Mark and Lauren and everyone who stepped up in my absence over the summer. I sure appreciate it. And always appreciate how everyone's willing to fill in. So thank you. We have one more item under County Council and Committee updates, audit services selection. So with that, the Audit Services Committee members are John, Deputy Reeve Kurbis, and Councillor Hickey. Previously, it was Councillor Van Essen. In his absence, I did sit in on the most recent meeting. And I guess maybe I'll just throw to you, Lauren, if you want to kind of provide a summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did receive 3 applications, and with a lot of work from the finance department here, especially Jen, we did have a very well put together package. 2 of the proposals came from within the city of Lethbridge, and 1 came from Edmonton. One of the concerns that I had and had expressed before was sometimes keeping the same auditor for quite some time is a bit of a challenge, and it kind of looks like it's preferential to have that. But due to the changes at KPMG, their audit proposal came in and was the best price, and we felt probably had the best approach to doing our audit. So it is our recommendation from the committee to select KPMG for a 3-year term with a possible extension of 2 years. Now, if you notice, the price has gone up significantly. I guess as long as everything else is going up as well. For the year 2024, the audit price will come in at $45,000, and in 2025, $46,800. And 2026, $48,600. And the LAP, and you might have to help me here, Jim. They're above and beyond, or paid for by those departments on their own, right?
Yes, Councillor Hickey through the chair. So the LAPP, which is the pension program, requires a 3-year audit, so that only happens every 3 years. And then in addition to the county services, as Councillor Hickey is referring to, the commissions are also included within the request for proposal. So as the administrators of the commissions, the county includes them in the proposal, which I didn't include their rates here because they're covered by the commissions themselves, and we'll bring that forward as part of the budget process with the commissions.
So, and the one reason behind the choosing of KPMG, the team there has changed due to retirements, and it's a brand new team, and we felt that it offered us the best choice.
Gordon, John, do you have anything you wanted to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would just like to also add to that when we're looking at the financial expenditures on this, KPMG was just slightly more economic than the other 3 options. All 3 of them were very close in terms of their pricing, but they were certainly the most aggressive in terms of the costing to us. So, when we weighed all of the options involved with that, and given the fact that one of the submissions was not local in the sense that they were from Edmonton, we felt that KPMG remained the most viable source or option for Lethbridge County.
Thank you, John. So Lauren has moved that KPMG LLP be appointed as Lethbridge County's auditor for a 3-year period, beginning with the 2024 year-end audit up to and including the 2026 year-end audit, with an option to extend for an additional 2 years. Is there any further discussion? Jen, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Nope, I just want to thank the audit committee for the time and review of the proposals. I know they're large documents to go through, and it does take some time, especially when you're having to score them and discuss it, so just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Jen. Any further discussion? As I said, Lauren has moved the recommendation. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you to Lauren and John and Jen for everything that went into that. Like Jen said, it's a big process, and appreciate your time on that. I believe that brings us to the end of the public portion of our agenda. We do have that 1 p.m. delegation. So I think our tentative plan will be to go into the closed session, try and move through item 1 and item 3 as much as we can before we break for lunch. We will return and try and have council back in this room by roughly 12:45, 12:50, so that we can try out the teams, make sure that everything's working there, and we can proceed then with our 1 p.m. delegation. So if that's agreeable, I would entertain a motion to enter a closed session. Morris? Morris moved to enter a closed session at 10:54 a.m. this morning. Any discussion? the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We had 3 items of business in our closed session. For our first item, item 1, board appointment, FOIP Section 19, confidential evaluations. I would entertain a motion to appoint Mark, Lauren, and John to an ad hoc committee to interview potential candidates for the Chinook Intermunicipal Subdivision Appeal Board. John?
I would happily make that motion.
Thank you, John. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. John, you can't. John, you moved to come out, right?
I did.
Okay. And then our just our second item in closed session, evaluations. Completed our CAO 360 evaluation, and for item 3, our CAO report, we received our report from CAO Beck. And with that, that brings us to the end of our agenda for today. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Morris has moved to adjourn at 3:51 this afternoon. Any discussion? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone.